Of course, what is currently happening is those vote counts of those speakers that were nominated, like you said, the DA's Vasco Da Gama, and of course Eunice Mgcina, who's representing the ANC. But I mean, just this day has been interesting in itself, Francis, as the weekend has been, especially in terms of the multi-party coalition agreements. Earlier on, we heard Madam Helen Zilla of the DA just speaking about such agreements. Her saying that she actually spoke to SA's Mr. Herman Mashaba about the issue, and wasn't such pleasant conversation. As you know, that the DA had decided to field its own candidate, Dr. Mpho-Palaitse. But earlier on, the ANC was quite in a jovial mood, in regards to this, because as you know, that would mean that the DA would not vote with Action SA at the time. But it seems as if the mood has definitely changed. I'm here joined by the ANC's Mam Nomvula Mokonyana. Mama, it's been quite an eventful day. I mean, you came into council, you were very excited, hearing the news that the DA would field its own candidates, and now it seems as if things are changing, judging by what's actually happening in other, municipalities like Ekurhuleni.
It's been a long day, but what has been quite good is us witnessing democracy at play. Of importance, we need to move on beyond the elections of office bearers and focus on service delivery and servicing the community of Johannesburg. But what is taking place here now, we are fully behind it, and we believe it is in the best interest of democracy to have the choice of the councillors that they will prefer to be the Speaker of the City of Johannesburg. We are fully behind Comrade Eunice Mgcina.
Let's just also talk about, what's actually happening right now behind us. Do you think that Eunice will actually, emerge victorious?
I would wish her well.
Unfortunately, I have to cut you there. Just breaking news coming in, Francis. There we have Mr. Vasco Da Gama, who is elected as the Speaker of the City of Johannesburg. Of course, he makes the comeback from 2016, and there you are. He's being congratulated there by his DA caucus right behind me, Francis. If you've just tuned to SABC News, Mr. Vasco Da Gama has been elected as the Speaker of the City of Johannesburg Council. Mama, we were just talking about this right now. What does this mean for the ANC?
Once more, it is democracy at play. We wish him well. We appreciate Eunice's availability, and we have to move on and make sure that this council is constituted and it focuses on the business at hand.
Can we see the same trajectory? I know you can't preempt what's going to happen with the election of the executive mayor, but I mean, judging by the mood,
we will go up till the end, fielding our own preferred candidates. Whatever the outcome, we will live with the outcome, but of our own interest, would have loved to have Councillor Eunice Mgcina, or even coming out with Comrade Mpho, who is as yet to be voted for. We remain optimistic. We never give up. We will continue to soldier on.
Talking about never giving up, the numbers are somewhat in your favor. And I mean, I think we have to wait for Action SA. Mr. Herman Mashaba says he's got an important announcement. The numbers could be in your favor. Is there some optimism? I know it's not over until the fat lady sings.
We continue to engage on the sidelines, and we continue to hear feedback. But what the ANC has been quite consistent on is that we would want to work with anyone who agrees on ensuring that we accelerate delivery, we improve the way that we manage and govern, and of importance, we reconnect with the communities where we are elected.
Mama, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Francis. That was Mam Nomvula Mokonyana, and of course also reacting to the fact that Mr. Vasco Da Gama has been elected the Speaker of the City of Johannesburg. Of course, it's not his first time in this role, as you would know that he had his stint after the 2016 local government elections. And of course, as I've reiterated once again, Mr. Vasco Da Gama has been elected as the Speaker of the City of Johannesburg, beating Eunice Mgcina of the ANC. With that said, Francis, let me just leave it here and pass back to you in studio.
Mgcina, before you go, if you can hear me, the DA was saying that it did not want to take the executive positions in Joburg because it would have to work with the EFF, basically walking away from a coalition. But now its candidate has been elected. Is it too early to tell, or does this mean that EFF councillors voted in favour of the DA speaker, Vasco Da Gama?
Well, Francis, it might be too early to tell, but I mean, we've seen this phenomenon in the city of Ekurhuleni, and clearly this actually has happened here in the city of Johannesburg. It's quite interesting. You had that conversation with the DA federal chairperson, Ms. Mgcina, earlier on. I actually spoke to her earlier on, and she was quite surprised that in some municipalities, the EFF somewhat voted for the DA. And remember, they had made it clear before that they do not want to work with the EFF. But in our chat at around 2 p.m., she had said that they have no agreement with the EFF, and they did not solicit, any votes from the EFF. But I mean, what does this mean? There's a narrative that's out there, Francis, that's playing out not only on social media, but some are saying that the EFF was quite strategic in actually pushing the DA in a corner on this one, So I mean, going forward, things are going to be quite interesting. But I mean, in the words of Mr. Julius Malema over the weekend at the Siyangoba rally in Tembisa, he had said that the party and the EFF is its own boss. It seems as if the party is playing chess. It remains to be seen what is going to happen here. But I mean, judging by, the faces that we've seen here of ANC councillors and Mam Nomvula Mokonyane, seems as if the party is quite, somewhat disappointed at the outcomes, seeing that Mr. Vasco Da Gama has been elected as Speaker of the City of Johannesburg, a position he once maintained before.
The ANC, the former minister, looked very taken aback, and this would be an incredible development if the DA says it does not want to work with the EFF, but the EFF voluntarily decides to support DA candidates to hurt the ANC. It has said, the leader Julius Malema has said that they will hurt the ANC where they can in the past. Thank you very much, Mgcina. Now, Raymond Dlamini of the Democratic Alliance has been elected as a speaker. That's in Ekurhuleni, and she was referring to that. That is where the DA also gained the speakership. In fact, that was Natasha. Forgive me, Natasha. Let's speak to Mgcina, who's following developments for us in the city of Ekurhuleni. Mgcina, what can you tell us? Reports of some drama as well.
Yes, definitely, Francis. Here in Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, we also saw earlier on Raymond Dlamini being elected with 116 votes as the speaker of this particular council. And also, we also understand he was up against Dora Mamlambo rather, of and I think also when you look at the 224 seats that are made up of this council, we also saw some the top brass of the EFF coming in just before the speaker was nominated and elected here. In EFF was about 31 seats. It would seem that they also were on the blue train with this, this afternoon here in Ekurhuleni as well. But right now, what is happening on the floor is they are about to start counting the votes for mayor. We understand that within the ANC, Zandile Mgcina being nominated today. The DA was Tanya Campbell has been nominated for mayorship here in this particular metro. So we will know in a few minutes once the votes are in how that went. But, in terms of the speaker voting, there was about 222 votes that were cast, and only 2 were spoiled today. I mean, that's just with ANC only having, with the DA only having 65. You can see that there was a lot of wheeling and dealing that definitely took place within this particular council to ensure that the DA was able to clinch that particular speaker's position. But also, Francis, should have been done with the voting of the mayor. We should have actually known by now who is the next mayor of, the city of Ekurhuleni. But what happened earlier on was one of the councillors, it was an EFF councillor here, that had been spotted by an official of the IC taking pictures, I think, as they were voting, and that was spotted as some sort of irregularity. And that we saw small scuffle breaking out there as well. And, there were also accusations of GBV that was also labeled against that particular councillor. That took us about an hour to resolve that with the speaker, Mr. Speaker Dlamini, eventually saying that the voting should be stopped or paused for that particular period up until they could all agree how they were going to begin voting. But right now, I see the ballot boxes being opened and those votes coming out. So they're going to start counting. The counting process for mayorship is going to, it's actually starting right now. So we will know within a few minutes where, in terms of the city of Ekurhuleni, how the voting went and who will be mayor within the next few minutes.
And of course, it will be very interesting if the EFF supports a DA candidate, if it did that to get a DA speaker in. Where is this all going? Mahlako, can you confirm that incident? Can you confirm reports that it was, in fact, an EFF councillor who attacked an IEC official who was pointing out irregularities? Were you able to see exactly what happened?
I think the actual incident happening, no, but it did, start commotion, and that's why, hence I said earlier that voting had to be stopped, or the speaker saying that they were going to pause on voting up until they could, sort that out, that particular issue. But I did hear him saying that because there are accusations from both sides, he would be looking at videos later on, and at the next council sitting, he would address that particular issue as to what exactly happened there in terms of between the IEC official as well as that councillor of the EFF Francis. And I think also it is quite interesting, to see the EFF going with the DA. Will it also happen in this particular, for this particular position of mayor? It's also, I think everybody's waiting with bated breath to see what is it that's going to happen here. But I mean, the tensions here, Francis, are quite, it's very tense, I think, especially on the ANC side. I mean, we saw also Premier David Makhura has also been here. I suppose also, people are on their cell phones. I think as early as the speaker position being voted upon, it just got tense with the arrival of EFF, one of the EFF leaders, Floyd Chivambu, coming in as well. You could just see whatever they heard, or there was. I know that there was an adjournment of about 15 minutes when they came in. In between that 15 minutes, it seems like the atmosphere on the one particular side from the ruling party had completely changed by the time that voting had begun. So as to will they also at EFF be voting with the DA will be very interesting, considering obviously what we'd heard, with the DA saying that they had been hurt by that unstable coalition that they, I suppose, had formed. I think it was in Tshwane, where things did not go according to plan. But it's also, we'll see what happens in Tshwane tomorrow as well. But for now, votes here being counted for mayor. Will it be Johannesburg Mgcina for the ANC or Tanya Campbell? In a few minutes, we'll definitely be back with you, Francis, to tell you how it went.
Yeah, and we'll check in with you then, Mahlako Komani, and please try and speak to the EFF councillors and see what they are thinking as well. To many, it came as a huge surprise, possibly to the ANC a shock, that a DA speaker was elected in Ekurhuleni, and it seems, given the numbers, that is on the back of an EFF vote. So now we wait to see how the EFF and how other parties will vote when it comes to mayor. But interesting indeed. Thank you very much, Mahlako. All right, as executives of local governments are being elected tonight,
Councillors, let me start by appreciating the residents of the city of Johannesburg for voting for the preferred ward candidates and political parties' representatives. As without your votes, this sitting would not have been possible. As the acting city manager has earlier said, you went out and voted under normal circumstances, abnormal circumstances of COVID-19. We are here because of you, and as public representative, we should like not to lose sight of the fact and should ensure that you remain our priority where your needs are concerned, particularly service delivery. To my political party, the DA, and its coalition partners, thank you very much for deploying me in council and putting my name forward as a candidate for the position. I am so humbled. Thank you so much for all the councillors and your respective political parties for electing me and putting your trust in me with the mammoth task of being the Speaker of Council. I'm looking forward to working together with all the political parties represented in Council in ensuring that Council runs smoothly and efficiently. The administration led by the Acting City Manager, Mr. Floyd Brink, and the Secretary to Council, Ms. Vicky Shuping, thank you so much for holding the fort together with the IEC. No words will do justice to your efforts in making sure that this sitting is convened under these circumstances. Our new normal, besides that this meeting was initially scheduled for the 16th and the 17th of November 2021, and due to the scheduled water disruptions by rainwater on the said days in various parts of the city, you found yourselves having to rearrange the plans and schedules for today. I can imagine that logistically it was not easy, but you have managed to put all the plans together. Hence, we are all here today, and I thank you very much. We will now... Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Put it on.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
They
Mr.
can.
Speaker, Councillor Vasco Da Gama. Thank you very much.
They can't hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Councillor Vasco Da Gama. We are now on item 6 of the agenda, which is the election of the executive mayor.
All right, again, so the interesting development there is that the DA's speaker has been elected, even though the DA has not been very
Councillors, in accordance with Section 55 of the Municipal Structures Act, the Council must elect one of its councillors as the executive mayor. The Act provides as follows. Section 55(1) provides that if a municipal council chooses to have an executive mayor, it must elect an executive mayor, and if the MEC for local government in the province so approves, also an executive deputy mayor from amongst its members at a meeting that must be held within 14 days of the council's elections. The procedure set out in Schedule 3 is also applicable to the election of the executive mayor. The Speaker shall preside over the election of the executive mayor, which I'm doing currently. Councillors, the acting city manager early on prior to the election of the Speaker took us through Schedule 3 to the Municipal Structures Act, and the same procedure is applicable to the election of the executive mayor and the whip of council, previously known as the chief whip. At this point, I will ask the IEC to issue out nomination forms for the position of the executive mayor to the political parties and grant caucuses 15 minutes break to make nominations. Can the political party representatives please approach the table in front here? Thank you. At exactly 7 o'clock. Councillors, you've got 10 minutes break. Please come back exactly at 7. Thank you, councillors.
Hi, Ken. I think I'm sorry. Thanks, Mcha. For the mayor. For it. Mayor. Yes. Yes.
6 ballot papers was issued, 5 was returned, and 2 ballot papers were spoiled, just like before. The 3 valid ballots came back. 2 people nominated. And I'll read them as follows. Councillor Mpho Moerane was nominated twice, and Councillor Mpho Louisa Palazzi once. Those are the 2 nominees. I'll then start with Councillor Mpho Moerane. The proposer, Galibotse Salamina Mputula, hereby nominate Mpho Moerane, and the ballot is, the nomination form is signed, and the seconder, Margaret Sharon Arnolds, and Mpho Moerane is accepted. The next one was the proposer by Tsikane Colleen Makubela, thereby nominate Mpho Moerane, signed, and then the seconder, seconded by Wani Adolf Mureneng. Just can't read the what is this? Marena. And obviously signed and accepted by Mpho Moerane. The second nomination to Mpho Louisa Palazzi, the proposer was Bongani Nkomo, nominated Mpho Palazzi and obviously signed. The seconder was Nicola Susanna Duplessis, signed by her, and an acceptance by Councillor Mpho Louisa Palazzi. Those are the 2 candidates. Can we please start by verbally submitting the proposals? Can we start with Tsikane Colleen Makubela? You can come forward, the mic is right here in the aisle.
Thank you. I, Councillor Tsikane Colleen Makubele, nominate Councillor Mpho Moerane for the position of Executive Mayor for the City of Joburg.
The seconder, Wani Adolf Morena. You can go ahead.
I, Adolf Marema, hereby second the name of Councillor Mpho Moerane for the Mayor of the City of Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mpho Moerane, do you accept?
I, Mpho Moerane, born in Alexandra Township, accept the nomination for the position of Mayor of Johannesburg.
The second proposer, Galibotse Salamini Maputulo, please come forward.
Oh, okay. I, Councillor Khalibuti Salamina Mpotulo, hereby nominate Councillor Mpho Moerane as the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg.
The seconder, Councillor Margaret Sharon Arnolds. Can somebody please adjust the mic there?
I can. I, Councillor Margaret Sharon Arnold, second the name of Councillor Mpho Moerane for the Mayor of the City of Johannesburg.
Councillor Moerane, are you accepting for a second time?
I, Mpho Moerane, born in Alexandra Township, accepts nomination for the position of Executive Mayor of Johannesburg.
Thank you. For the second candidate, Mpho Louisa Palazzi, the proposer, Bongani Nkomo. The mic is just close to you there, Bongani.
I, Councillor Bongani Nkomo, hereby nominate Councillor Mpho Louisa Palazzi as the Executive Mayor of the City of Joburg.
Thank you. The seconder, Councillor Nicola Susanna du Plessis.
I, Councillor Nicola Susanna du Plessis, second the nomination for Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Mpho Louisa Palazzi.
Councillor Palazzi, do you accept?
I, Councillor Mpho Louisa Palazzi, humbly accept the nomination for the position of Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg.
Thank you very much. Who keeps the records of this? You keep them. Councillors, there's a little bit too much noise. If you can just keep it down, please. Councillors, we are now commencing with the process for the election of the Executive Mayor. I have received the following nominations and the IEC have confirmed them. In other words, they are fine. The nominees have accepted and therefore we can continue with the election. I therefore hand over to the IEC. Yes. You still want to go and print the forms? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Can all the party agents please come forward so they can monitor the process? I think the printing of the ballots have gone faster this time, and they're nearly done. So please, all the party agents, if you can just come forward. Just ask him now.
Councillor Coverdale Delano Lendre, please follow. Councillor Crichton Michael Ian. Councillor Da Gama, the speaker, is just gone for a 1-minute break. He'll come back. Councillor Da Rocha, Carlos Manuel. Unkopose Da Gama ha tsamaya lo vote. Unkopose speaker ha I lo vote. Speaker. Okay. The next councillor to follow, Councillor Dame Brenda Happy, Councillor Davids Green Lara N Christopher, Councillor Davis Malvin Roxanne, Councillor Delange. Councillors and guests, can we please remain silent? There's too much noise in the background. Some of the councillors are unable to hear when we call in their names. Can we request that you please remain silent so that we can move fast with this process? Thank you. Councillor Davids Green, Laran Christopher, Councillor Davis Malvin Roxanne, Councillor Delange Franco Carol, Councillor Delvaria Nakita, Councillor Depe Annette Janine, Councillor Dladla Dumisani, Councillor Dlamini Bongani, and Councillor Dlanjwa Mvuzo. Councillor Duplessis Nicola Susana, Councillor Durand Genevieve Veronique, Councillor Dias Sam, Councillor Ekezonjoku Belinda Cynthia, Councillor Edward Nompumelelo, Councillor Finn Caleb, Councillor Foley David Terence, Councillor Forishaw Chantal, Councillor Francisco Deborah Busisiwe. Councillor Freslin Renee Rochelle, Councillor Khalishiwi Tebeya Tumelo McDonald, Councillor Gancho Lukhanyo, Councillor Kusen Johan Velemus, Councillor Kwamanda Kabelo, Councillor Hlachwayo Sebenzile Melody, Councillor Woon Jax Stevens, Councillor Homer Klu, Councillor Howitz Joanne, Councillor Yichat Eleanor N, Councillor Ishmael Musa Imran. Councillor Jonker Nicolene, Councillor Caldin Juaria, Councillor Kanda Meklan, Councillor Khaletsani Musegi Otto, Councillor Kanyile Nkosikhona Maxwell, Councillor Kumalo Olani Innocent, Councillor Kivit Albert, Councillor Kukemur Marialet.
Kukemuri ki emergency ukamo kliniki. So what ka mo vote sa kamo kliniki?
I don't know. But it's but by IC.
Therapy.
Councillor Komani Sikhote Aaron, Councillor Kwapeng Cambridge, Councillor Landis Rashida, Councillor Libatlang Tempton Zak, Councillor Libia Mulati Godfrey, Councillor Libutse Elsie Winile, Councillor Lifuzo Lucas. Councillor Lishilo Ramatsobani Sylvia, Councillor Liebenberg Esme, Councillor Lobi Msimelelo, Councillor Low Martin Anton, Councillor Make Matume Julius, Councillor Mabaso Mlungisi Providence, Councillor Malebelele Selby Silong. Councillor Lishilo Ramatsobane Sylvia, Councillor Liebenberg Esme has been through, Councillor Lobi Msimelelo, Councillor Low Martin Anton, Councillor Make Matume Julius, Councillor Mlungisi, they are voting, Councillor Malebelebe also has been called. Now we're going to Councillor Mabuke Tambulo Abraham. Councillor Mabuke Tambulo Abraham. Councillor Mabunda Temba Ernest. Councillor Mabuza Sebenzile Kentina. Councillor Machaba Lincoln Muhoboya. Councillor Machete Story. Councillor Madiba Tumelo Joseph. Councillor Magwaza Bawinile Landiwe, Councillor Magwenchu Lubabalo Cecil, Councillor Maila Solomon Masihlele, Councillor Majola Stembelo, Councillor Makamu Piwe Stephen, Councillor Makuba Helen Nontlantla, Councillor Makubele Chikani Colin, Councillor Maluleka Thompson, Councillor Mangani Daisy Bantloi. Councillor Mangena Tebuho David, Councillor Maray Andrew Fergus, Councillor Maray Stuart Ian, Councillor Marema Bonani Aldofus, Councillor Marumo Tebuho, Councillor Mashaba Hemen Samtseu, Councillor Mashinini Stembiso, Councillor Masoha, Councillor Masoha Louis Mamuluko, Councillor Masuku Loiso, Councillor Maswazi Rufus, Councillor Mate Gift, Councillor Mate Zakele Ephraim, Councillor Mabona Libuani Sani, Councillor Mazibuku Nompumelelo, Councillor Mazibuku Ayanda Lyrics, Councillor Mazibukwana Msingati, Councillor Mbundu Nkululeko Ntobeko, Councillor Mkhulu Ayanda, Councillor Maya Tyro, Councillor Mgaga Pegi. Councillor Mgcina Sibongile Eunice, Councillor Mhlari Tebuho Marcia, Councillor Mhlongo Themba Aubrey, Councillor Mkasi Gift, Councillor Mkhize Themba, Councillor Mkhonto Mabihana Shadrach, Councillor Mbengwa Manda Norman, Councillor Mota Lazarus, Councillor Mgadi Wilson Begugwenza, Councillor Mnisi Nomoya Daphne, Councillor Mnyameni Mongameli. I've called you. Da Gama. Councillor Miameni Mongameli, Councillor Mudladlaba Dumisani Stephen, Councillor Mudukanene Lebogang Cleopatra, Councillor Mudupi David Chako, Councillor Mwepi Ntoge Josiah, Councillor Mwerani Mpho. Councillor Mweti Olivia Tebuho, Councillor Mufukeng Johannes, Councillor Mufukeng Tauleng, Councillor Mufukeng Mulatelo Patricia, Councillor Muhapi Tabisa Anthea, Councillor Muhlala Prince Kamogelo, Councillor Mukwari Zakaria, Councillor Mukwena Justina, Councillor Mukoka Maggie Lebohang, Councillor Mukwena Thomas Makapani, Councillor Mulife Simon Butana, Councillor Mulife Mohau, Councillor Mudise Lifa Daniel. Yeah. Imo programming plus we went agenda. Oh yeah. Councillor Muloisani Dimakatso, Councillor Muloto Conzelia Lihlohonolo, Councillor Moody John Clifford, Councillor Mure Emma, Councillor Musehla Kalushi Johannes, Councillor Mutopi Olga Zandile, Councillor Mpaho Maredi Angelina, Councillor Mpifo Lirato Magdalene. But Councillor Mposula Tsepo, Councillor Mpotulo Khalibuzi Salamina, Councillor Mtembu Margaret Nobuhle, Councillor Mulelu Masha, Councillor Munyai Vengani Esau, Councillor Ne Ricky Kasho, Councillor Ndlela Makosazana Cynthia, Councillor Ndou Peter, Councillor Ndou Kumeleni Laibon, Councillor Ndou Pelisa,
them. Therefore, I would like to invite all political parties in this chamber today to take hands with us so that we can build an exceptional city that our residents can work in, and for those outside wanting to move into our city and invest within our city. This is a change our residents have been waiting for 20 years. Now is not the time for more promises. Now is the time to get things done.
Good evening to you and good evening to the viewers as well at home. I'll just say that the first council sitting of eThekwini was characterized by a lot of drama, as you have correctly alluded to it. It started, Vuyo, with the councillors raising pointless, point of orders, numerous points of orders, but throughout the day, the proceedings were able to, continue. And then the voting started with the position of the Speaker of the Council. And when the voting started, you recall that there were three names that were put forward. One was the representative of the ANC, which was Tabani Nyawose. The second one was the representative of the DA, as well as the third one being the representative of the ABC, Abantu Batho Congress, that's Mr. Philani Mavunda. The ANC representative in this particular instance, Vuyo, got the majority votes, which is 103 in total. He won the position of eThekwini Speaker in the council. But the problems then started, Vuyo, with the number of councillors who were eligible to vote, with the opposition councillors raising those point of orders to say that they don't think that the numbers that were read by the IEC actually correspond with the number of councillors that were present in that council sitting. But let's fast forward now to the main issue. The main issue now, Vuyo, is the fact that opposition parties if I may put it that way, to say that they were not happy with the processes, and some of them were singing songs such as the DA will never be in charge of this municipality. The speaker, newly elected speaker, had to then, call a meeting afterwards to say that due to the electricity failure that has been experienced in this area where they were, then the meeting will then have to be adjourned for Wednesday, where the voting for these other crucial positions will then commence.
Before I let you go, Simpiwe, it's going to be interesting because I was looking earlier at what happened in Newcastle and what happened at Umvoti municipality, where in spite of an agreement between the position of executive mayor. The ANC's Mgcina is up against the DA's Mpho Phalatse. Earlier, the DA's Vasco Da Gama was elected Speaker of the Council. Our political reporter Natasha Piri is there following the events for us. She joins me now. Natasha, good evening. Tell us what's happening right now as we speak.
Good evening, Bravo. So what is actually underway right now is actually members of council, all 267 members are actually, casting their ballots. And the question is, will it be Dr. Mpho Phalatse of the DA? Will it be Mr. Mpho Moerane of the ANC? We saw earlier on today in the morning, the ANC was in a jovial mood, and I spoke to a certain gentleman by the name of Mr. Dada Morero, who's the regional secretary secretary of the ANC in the Greater Johannesburg region. He was confident at that time that Mpho Morane would actually, win the city's top position. But it seems as if things have changed. Bravo, you've seen what's actually happened in Ekurhuleni and in other parts of the country. Could the same thing be happening right now in the city of Johannesburg? Mr. Morare, you join us once again hours later. What's the mood like? I mean, I spoke to Mama Nomvula earlier on, and listen, she was saying that this is a democratic process. Yes, the ANC is actually disappointed at how things are actually unfolding. We have Mr. Da Gama, who was elected speaker from the DA, and things really aren't looking good for your party right now.
No, well, we had our spirits were very high in the morning because we were informed of the position of the DA, which meant they will be fielding their own candidate, which meant it was an advantage to the ANC to go through. We had sufficient numbers with small parties, so it's unfortunate that 2016 is repeating itself. We are shocked, but there are things that I think the ANC as a party needs to look into deeper, which in the main it is not about service delivery or anything, because I am convinced you can't falter us on service delivery matters. Our track record speaks for itself. So I think that's...
But the people of Soweto don't have electricity, so you can't say your track record speaks for itself, Mr. Morare.
Well, electricity it's a different matter, and the problems are... It's not that there's no supply of electricity. It's because transformers and substations burn and they explode due to illegal connection and all sorts of things. So you can't falter us on roads, on stormwater and all sorts of issues. So I think the ANC has to do something in terms of our election strategy. What is it that we need to do to ensure that there's a big turnout? And I think that's where the problem is. I'm not convinced that we are not able to provide services. Well, there's a bigger problem in relation to employment, which I think it's a bigger issue that South Africa has to address. And it's not only the problem affecting the ANC, but it's a problem of society, so that we can respond to the high levels of unemployment in our communities. And it's part of the reasons why people don't necessarily go out and vote, because they do not have a relationship with voting to say, why are we voting when we are living advert poverty, unemployed, and so on and so on.
You talk about 2016. Did you see this coming? And I mean, clearly the EFF has lived up to its words. It wants to hurt you where it hurts the most.
No, look, we never expected that they will take such a drastic decision once more. Having assessed and listened to how they interact with the DA before elections and even after elections. So they have been convinced that they do not have any relationship with the Democratic Alliance. And secondly, we thought that our numbers are sufficient and the DA will then fill their person, Action SA will fill their person, which gives an advantage to the ANC. But unfortunately, the EFF had to spoil the party once more and voted with the Democratic Alliance. It's their strategy, but they should know that South Africa is watching, communities are watching. They did it first in 2016, they're doing it now. And remember, they also declined in Johannesburg. So communities are watching, and one day, or in the next election, they will regret their actions.
You keep on bringing back the points of 2016, and we know what happened 2 years down the line, 2019. Mr. Herman Mashaba resigned as, the mayor of Johannesburg back then, where he was still under the DA. It seems as if ANC members are consoling themselves and saying, listen, history will actually repeat itself. It seems as if the ANC members, your caucus, are consoling themselves in that history will repeat itself, and that in 2016, Herman Mashaba was elected as the Johannesburg mayor under the banner of the DA. 2 years later, he stepped down.
Well, I hope I understand your question well, but our caucus is in high spirit. We never expected to lose today. We thought we would go through. So they are focused, and that is why you can see they are singing, because in singing they are saying we have accepted. We have lost the elections inside council. We've got good numbers. We've got 87 wards out of the 136 5 wards, so we still represent a huge population of Johannesburg residents who depend on the leadership of the ANC to intervene on our day-to-day challenges and problems. So we are comfortable that we will do better in the next election that is coming. We just have to ensure that we change certain things in our election strategy and in our messaging as the party. Then we will be able to increase our...
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Moreira. I wish we had more time for this. But of course, Bravo, you've heard it there from Dada Moreira, the regional secretary of the ANC here in the Greater Johannesburg region, of course, saying that, listen, they're quite disappointed, but, you know, throughout the day, they actually saw this coming and they're somewhat not surprised at all. Theirs is to actually do better come the next local government elections. Back to you in studio.
Thanks, Natasha. Natasha Piri is keeping an eye on the goings-on at Johannesburg. Do stay tuned, because as soon as the outcome of that voting process that's currently ongoing is out, she'll be the first to let us know. Now, the ANC...
Johnson is not new to the political scene. A former trade unionist in the 1980s, who later led the ANC structures in the Northern Alliance of Gqeberha and served as a councillor. Now with a top office in the Metro, she has taken on her biggest job yet. But with her newly elected MECs, she is eager to get the ball rolling.
I will work tirelessly with my team to ensure that our communities are safe. Honourable Speaker, there are no place for corruption in the administrators. We have a capable...
of the votes. Mangaung is one of 2 metros in the country that the ruling party managed to retain in this year's local government elections. Some opposition parties are not impressed that Sionzana is back in the driver's seat. He won by 55 votes against the DA's mayoral candidate, Johan Pretorius, who secured 29 votes, and the AASD's Papi Mokoena, who got 15 votes.
Councillor Sionzana was a previous mayor as well. He is just going over again.
On our agenda, and we are not going to move alone. We are going to move with you.
9 political parties are part of the 101-member council that will steer the metro for the next 5 years. Pale Samwiti, SABC News, Bloemfontein.
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity as Action SA. You remember when we formed this party and launched it on the 29th of August 2020, we made a commitment, an unapologetic commitment, that we are going to unseat the ANC wherever we contest. We are the only party capable and committed to unseating the ANC. Today is a clear demonstration of our commitment to unseating the ANC. With the DA with intention over the last 2 weeks negotiating with us in bad faith, coming out at the last minute on Saturday, embarrassing us because they wanted to give this municipality to the ANC. And we said this is not going to happen. So this is a result of what you are seeing. And what I actually find very interesting is also the participation of EFF in this deliberation. And it's something that ANC DA has always expressed, not bringing this to attention. Up to last night, having discussions with them, they never brought the issue of the EFF being participants to this particular matter. But we are surprised now to see the EFF also party to this. So what we are saying as Action SA, we are glad that we've removed ANC from government, not only here in Johannesburg. We did it in Ekurhuleni. We are going to do it tomorrow in Tshwane. We are going to do it. We nearly did it in eThekwini. Unfortunately, as you are aware, council collapsed there, but we've got the speaker there already. It's not ours, but we obviously with our influence, our collaboration with other parties and our influence, these are the results of our commitment in unseating the ANC. And we're really very disappointed. And I actually heard the speaker saying that they think they are coalition partners. I just want to make it very clear. DA does not have any coalition with us. They refused, point blank, to get into coalition with us. But for us, we put South Africa first. Because as I've always maintained, that a prosperous South Africa and an ANC cannot coexist in one space. One has got to die, and it can't be South Africa, it's got to be the ANC. And what the DA wanted to do to save them, we've now given them the responsibility. And we are ready as Action SA and our coalition partners, if they want to come and talk to us. Beyond this, our doors are open. But I want to make it very clear to them that if they want to come and talk to us, they must come and talk to us with the EFF, because we don't want the games that they've played, the games of divide and rule. We voted for them as one bloc. So when they want to talk to us, they must come and talk to us in one bloc. For us as an Action SA, our doors are open, but we are not going to talk to them on our own to ensure that we can have a stable government. They wanted to really be on their own and run this government, and with people of Johannesburg, people of Ekurhuleni, people of Tshwane, they deserve stable government that can deliver services to them. So we'll wait, and we shall await the response of the DA. We are ready for them to talk as and when they want to talk, because we had an opportunity the last 2 weeks to talk, but obviously they've tried to really play games with us. If they want to play the games, we wanted to demonstrate to them that we can also play the game.
Mr. Mash.
Well,
furthermore, you pulled out as, from putting your head in the ring as Johannesburg mayor. You must be feeling gutted right now.
No, I think you don't have to really be dumb to understand that you can't really be a mayor at 16%. I think we did fantastic, and we are proud of our achievement, and we're really grateful to the voters who actually gave us an electoral historic result. We're grateful for that. But obviously for us to have been able to govern, we needed a coalition arrangement. And DA gave us an impression that they wanted to talk to us until Saturday, when they came out with a bombshell to drop all of us, left us totally confused. So that's why we wanted to ensure that they don't give these municipalities to the ANC. This is a plan, as a result of DA, with their plan to give these municipalities back to the ANC.
Mr. Mashaba Malunga from Newsroom Africa, help me understand. I just want to understand, why did you pull out Why did you pull out as the mayoral candidate? I think everyone wants to understand why you pulled out. And two, what would you say to people who are disappointed by you pulling out?
Well, I think Malungelo, I think you don't have to really be a rocket scientist or a statistician to understand the electoral reform. You can't have government and be a mayor with 16%. We wanted to form a multi-party government with a DA with us. But unfortunately, DA played the roulette game with us over the last 2 weeks and really dropped us at the last minute. So it was no point for us to actually try and really contest. That's why we said, okay, DA, because we want to give this municipality to the ANC. No ways we're going to allow it. We are going to give you that responsibility and put South Africa first to make sure that we remove the ANC.
What would you say to people that are disappointed at you at pulling out? Because there are people who are disappointed at you pulling out. What did you say to them?
I can imagine if anyone would really be disappointed in us. How can we be a mayor at 16%? I think people are not stupid.
It's politics. Anything is possible.
No, how can it be possible? Tell me, how can you be a mayor at 16%?
Mr. Mashaba Kuleli from ENC, what is the long end game here? Would you understand that this means nothing? You can still come back as mayor. Is there an agreement between you and the EFF to once again field you later on as a mayor here and a vote of no confidence against whoever will be winning here tonight? And secondly, how do you feel about the EFF having with the DA this time around?
No, that I think it's something that the EFF can really deal with. That is why I'm saying with the DA, we are willing to talk, but they must not call us the coalition partners. We are not coalition partners with the DA. DA is...
Action SA leader Herman Mashaba obviously very bitter about how the Democratic Alliance has treated them. He was hoping that they would formalize a very...
To really come back to us, our doors are open.
And they deal with the EFF?
Yes, where the DA, that's why I said to you earlier on that if the DA wants to actually talk to us, because we, as you guys have obviously seen the numbers, the EFF is in the mix. So if they're in this case, if DA wants to come and talk to us, then they must bring us together with the EFF, because they are not going to divide and rule us.
So there's an agreement between the EFF when you say they must bring you guys together?
No, there's only been discussion around us to say, let's support the DA and see what happens. So it's up to them, the DA, to really come and really... And also what was important for us was to ensure that we make sure that the DA loses. For us was to make sure that we put South Africa first, to make sure that we don't have ANC government in all these 3 municipalities and the DA to really...
So you did agree with the EFF to put a DA candidate like Mr.
Yes, that's exactly what I've said to you, that we agreed with the EFF, that we are not going to allow the DA to give this municipality to the ANC. There was no way we were prepared to do that. So we are grateful for our achievement. We've now removed the ANC from government, not only in Johannesburg, in the 3 metros. And we expect that the DA to come to their senses. They've always been claiming to want to remove the ANC from government and save our country and fix it. And we are ready to talk to them and fix it together.
So for now, Mr. Mashaba, are you saying that we're not likely to see any of the Action SA members in the mayoral committee positions?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have any agreement whatsoever with the ANC, with the DA. They snapped us up to last night at 11 o'clock. We had 3 meetings with our coalition partners trying to get the DA to come to their senses and flatly refused to cooperate with us. So right now, it is official. Action SA is not a coalition partner of the DA. We don't have any arrangement, but we want them to govern the city of Johannesburg. We are happy to assist them in that regard. It's up to them to really come to us. Our door is open to ensure that at the end of the day, we remove ANC, and we have now successfully removed them.
And when Mr. Mashama, you prepared to be just an ordinary councillor, everyone had these expectations that you are really going for mayorship and nothing else.
Yeah, but I think I'm not sure how to really explain. Tell me, how can one become a mayor at 16%? When we were clear, a contested, and we wanted outright majority. IEC made it impossible for us to even contest fairly like other political parties. So don't forget the role that IEC played in this scheme. But fortunately enough, you know what? Because we believe in doing the right things. Here's the outcome. We are and as I've always said, we are the only political party in this country committed and capable of unseating the ANC. You can imagine, first round, we are a year old. 3 municipalities gone, and they'll never see them again.
So you continue being a councillor sitting?
I'll be, even when we negotiate whatever the DA will want, I will remain an ordinary councillor, and obviously what DA is going to accept or not, we don't know. But unfortunate enough for them, it's I don't know how can anyone actually want to really negotiate afterwards. So, but it's up to them. But one thing for sure, for me, my project now is to remove the ANC in 2024. So, and I want South Africa to know that Action SA is going to remove ANC as we promised that we are going to remove them. I remember I told you guys that we are going to apply a first jab because this virus called ANC needed 2 jabs. Look at now the first jab. Caused a massive damage. Damage that is historic. This is a historic event. Now, 2024, I think I need to really now prepare the Action SA vaccine to now cause havoc so that the country, South Africa, can be saved from ANC corruption.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Moody, thank you very much. There you go.
Connect up, audio.
satisfied with what they've been receiving?
Well, the ANC will have a moment to reflect candidly on what would have necessitated the outcome that we experience. And at that point, I think at the right time, as the leadership of the ANC, we will be able to make necessary comments with regard to what is the next step. But what I can tell you, we're not going to be permanent in the opposition benches. We're going to work very hard to make sure that we can serve our people. And, we are not bitter. We just are going to be doing our work moving from here to ensure that our people are serviced in the area. As you know, that the ANC won almost 78 of the votes, so we've got a huge responsibility of ensuring that we don't collapse this institution of government, because we know what it means. We know why it is important to ensure that we can hold those who are elected to account. But there are no sour grapes on our part. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
An obviously disappointed Mzwandile outgoing mayor, Mgcina Mgcina, saying he is not bitter. The ANC, or the leadership of the ANC, they are going to go back to the drawing board, look at what went wrong. They don't hope to be in the opposition benches for long. Well, we'll see what that actually means. And unfortunately, we have run out of time. I'm going to
Councillors, at this point, I will allow for that 15 minutes caucus break that the ANC has requested for. Thank you very much. 15 minutes. Please be back at 25 to 10. Thank you.
No, but actually, no. It's fine. I'll go to the office and go with you. I'll take input from yeah.
hating. You're hating. Oh, what?
1, 2.
Stand house. Okay. Yeah.
So I came for her, and then everybody just came.
Well, very good evening to you, Peter, once again. And of course, to our SABC viewers, if you just joined us now, Dr. Mpho Phalatse is the new Johannesburg mayor. Of course, she makes a comeback, as in 2016, she was elected as the MEC of Health within the city of Johannesburg. And of course, she speaks to us on SABC News First. Mpho, when waking up in the morning, did you ever anticipate that you would be elected as the mayor?
Not at all. I mean, Natasha, if you looked at the numbers, we had 71 votes of 270. We needed a majority vote to get this position. So I didn't think it was going to happen. I don't know how it was going to happen, but I can only praise God. He's really been faithful and he's come through. It's a miracle.
How are you feeling right now? Has it kicked in? I mean, everybody's calling you. Everybody wants a piece of you on the floor.
You grabbed me quite early. I think I'm still processing. You know, yes, I believe it's happened, but I think I am still processing my emotions. I'll be more settled tomorrow morning. I'm very excited. I think it signals a new dispensation for the city of Johannesburg, but also a new dispensation for politics. If you look at what happened here today, we didn't have any coalition agreements in place, and we got more than double the number of votes that we had that put me in office. So that's telling. It says that there has been a maturity of our democracy and that we're moving in the positive direction as a country and certainly as a city.
And you've made history in the city of Johannesburg.
Yes, I'm quite honored to be the first female mayor of Johannesburg. It's a huge honor. I don't take it for granted. Joburg is the economic hub of South Africa and in many ways of the continent. To be trusted with such a mammoth task as a female is really saying to a lot of women out there that you can do it, you can be trusted too, and you're not the other, you're good enough. And I hope that I will be a trailblazer for many more women coming after me who also put their hand up for all sorts of things.
Mayor Palatse, I know you were having a dinner before the results were announced, and we were just speaking to the Action SA leader, Mr. Herman Mashaba. Clearly he's not really happy with what the DA actually did to him, and he's been saying that actually he did everything he could because he promised his voters that he would get the ANC out of power. But when it comes to the DA, it seems as if Action SA and the DA do not have any coalitions actually.
Well, I actually have not spoken to Mr. Mashaba. Our national leadership was handling all coalition negotiations. Hopefully I will still get a chance to chat to him. I'm not sure how he's feeling right now. I do believe that they may have supported my mayorship if you look at the numbers. So, yeah, but it will be interesting to have a conversation and see what kind of space he's in.
I know you haven't spoken to him as yet, but I mean, the EFF supporting Action SA means that the EFF actually got into the back door. How will you then maneuver that relationship between the DA and the EFF, seeing that in times past in the city of Johannesburg, relations have been soured between the two parties?
So we entered into this council meeting without any coalition agreements in place. And as it stands right now, there's still no coalition agreements in place. People voted as individuals, they voted as political parties, and we had absolutely no control as to how people choose to vote. As to what that will translate into, every promise that we made to the voters about pandering to other political parties and seeing voters in a position where they're compromised or some of our constituents taken care of. We stand by every word that we promised our voters throughout the election campaign. What we will be focusing on is service delivery for all constituents of the city. The DA believes in fairness. We believe in equal opportunity for all. Therefore, we will be serving all residents of Johannesburg, whether they are constituencies or not. A balanced approach, and we will be working with all political parties to make sure there's service delivery across the board, whether we have ward councillors in place or not.
I know the fact that you're saying that you're going to serve all residents of Johannesburg, whether they're DA members or not. I know it's still too early to actually talk about your leadership, but I mean, what can you do better than the previous mayors that we've seen, specifically the likes of Mr. Herman Mashaba, who was under the DA ban in 2016?
Well, I mean, I've spoken greatly about what I did not agree with Mr. Mashaba on. I spoke about it a lot throughout the campaign. Right now, I'd really like to build this council. I think electioneering is over now. We need to really unite all the 270 councillors in this council behind the vision of giving the residents of Johannesburg a better city to live in. I'd like to hold hands with all political leadership, with all the councillors for our residents, and I believe that's what our residents want to see as well.
So you're willing to put your political differences aside for the sake of the voter?
Definitely, that's what it's about. Our city is broken and needs to be fixed, and that's what everybody should be focusing on right now.
Dr. Mpo, thank you so much. Of course, we will catch up with you hopefully tomorrow on Morning Live. But of course, you've heard it here first on SABC News. Dr. Mpho Palatse, the newly elected mayor of the city of Johannesburg. Of course, she served as the MMC of health before within the city of Johannesburg, and now she's come back as the city's #1, also making history within the city of Johannesburg, being the first female, correct me if I'm wrong, to be the newly elected mayor. Of course, Peter, she is elated. Just waking up in the morning, she didn't think that this would be the outcomes at this time. But of course, in her words, she says that she'd like to put all political differences aside and of course put the voter, put the citizens of Johannesburg first, whether they are DA members or not. Well, you've heard it first here on SABC News. So it's back to you in studio, Peter.
Natasha, before you go, on Sunday, everyone thought that this thing had collapsed. And it looks as if this might have been a gamble that Steenhuisen took and it paid off. Tell me what happened today. How did the DA's mayoral candidate end up being mayor?
Well, Peter, Peter, just earlier on, before we went to break for dinner, we had that press briefing by Mr. Herman Mashaba. Of course, not so happy with what the DA had did by fielding Dr. Mpho-Phalatse as the mayoral candidate. But remember, after the elections, Mr. Herman Mashaba had said that his one common goal was to actually unseat the ANC government in all municipalities. And he had said in his own words that he chose South Africa first above everything else. So he actually got into an agreement with the EFF and they actually voted for Dr. Mpho-Phalatse. But as to them having a coalition with the DA, he says that will not happen. The DA instead needs to approach them, to chart actually a way forward. But Mr. Herman Mashaba confirming that earlier on to members of the media, and it seems as if actually Action SA and the EFF had the upper hand here, in regards to voting Dr. Phalatse into power earlier on, Peter, as they said that their main goal, of which they have achieved, is to actually unseat the ANC government. So we've just heard news that, like you said earlier on, Peter, Dr. Mpho-Phalatse is your new mayor. Of course, the ANC caucus was hoping that Mr. Mpho Marani, who was a former, who had a short stint rather as a Johannesburg mayor and was a former NMC of finance in the city, would be coming back, but that was not the case.
All right, so Natasha, it does seem that perhaps this is only one step and that the real work actually is only going to start now, because you can sit as mayor, but if you haven't got votes to pass budgets, it becomes impossible to do your job anyway, even though you might be mayor. So it is a victory, but there's still so much work to be done, even just to pass a budget, as I was saying.
Definitely, Peter, and that's why Dr. Phalatse was basically saying that her main and priority here is to bring all political parties within council, try to get them to work together. She said that she wants to hold hands with them, try to get them to work together for the greater good and for the benefit of the citizens of Johannesburg. She'd like to do away, with the wrangling that we've most of the oftentimes seen in council. She wants to get everybody, together. She wants to put aside political differences and actually work for the greater good of the citizens of Johannesburg. And of course, this is what she aims to do. She also wants to put service delivery as her top priority and getting the ground working in this regard, as providing services to everybody, to every citizen in the city of Johannesburg, whether you're a DA member and whether you're not a DA member. So indeed, she probably has a mammoth task ahead of her, but I guess time will only tell, Peter, in this regard.
Natasha, it sounds like it's not a coalition, but in real terms, actually, it's a coalition against the ANC. That despite their differences, the one thing they had in common is that they really just don't like this party.
Definitely, Peter. I think their one main goal was to actually unseat, the ANC, and that was the goal of the multi-party, governments or coalitions at that time, as you would say. The DA, the likes of the ACDP, Action SA, Good Party, COPE, I beg your pardon. I think, those are the parties that actually formed, that multi-party national, coalition. And I think their one goal, their main aim, was to actually unseat the ANC, and it seems as if all these parties have reached that general consensus. The EFF as well, we've heard in times past last week when the CIC had said that they will hurt or they will hit the ANC, would actually hurt most. And of course they've done this in a surprise move. That's quite evident in what you've seen in Ekurhuleni and here in the city of Johannesburg. It remains to be seen what will actually happen tomorrow in the city of Tshwane. But it's also quite interesting to note that the EFF has now a mayoral chain in the Metsimaholo municipality. And remember, Peter, this is a stronghold of the EFF. I remember personally I went to go cover the EFF leader, Mr. Julius Malema, within one of the Metsimaholo municipalities, a stronghold of the EFF in the Free State that goes actually by the name of Moydry. And within that area, you have a place that is infamously known as Jujuville and yields power for the EFF. So, this also speaks to that as well. So I think the proof is in the pudding, Peter, as to will she actually hit the ground running from this day forth.
All right, one final question perhaps. Just remind our viewers what else happened today. A speaker was also announced.
Well, definitely, Mr. Vasco Da Gama also made a comeback to the city of Johannesburg as the Speaker, of course, under the DA banner. It's not his first time when he was elected as Speaker. In 2016, we saw the same as well. And currently, what's currently happening right now, we're going to see the nominations and the voting of the Chief Whip of Council. I'm reliably told that it will be between Ms. Loyiso Masuku of the ANC and Mr. Shandu of the DA. And once, the program, once that person will be announced, the program of today will be concluded. What is next is for Dr. Palaitse to actually sit down with the team and elect her mayoral committee members, those are the MMCs, and whether or not, those various MMCs will comprise of members of the multi-party coalition government, it also remains to be seen. But indeed, she has a mammoth task ahead of her.
Natasha, thanks very much indeed, and we hope perhaps to get more news from you a little bit later on, but great reporting all day. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. All right, that's our political reporter Natasha Piri joining us there from the city of Johannesburg. And there is a new mayor, Dr. Palaitse, who's the DA's mayoral candidate. And there was thinking that everything had gone to pot on Sunday with the DA's decision to backtrack on a coalition agreement that had been agreed just days before. But it looks as if maybe the gamble paid off. However, all that's happened is that there's a mayor in place. The business of running the city will require cooperation and require votes from other people. So we wait to see how in the coming days and weeks that will play out, because actually that's the more
Councillor Masuku. Can we carry on? Thank you, councillors. Can you take your seats? Thank you. Councillor Masuku. Councillor Masuku. Councillor Masuku. Can you please just inform us what the break was all about? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, there was 6 nominations that went out. 3 came back. 1 is spoiled. Two people are nominated on the 2 different forms. Proposer, Councillor Ashley Sauls. Eunice Mgcina. And the proposer signed. There's a seconder for this candidate, Councillor Adolf Morema. It is signed. Councillor Sibongile. Eunice Mgcina is nominated. The other one, there's a proposer, Councillor Reen Benjamin. The councillor nominated is Councillor Tyrell Meyers. He is accepted. And the seconder, Councillor Faiza Shame. And the acceptance form is signed at the bottom. So it's both Councillor Tyrell Meyers and Councillor Mgcina. Thank you. Can we continue?
They don't hear you.
This one. I was using this. Yeah. Can all the party agents please come forward? please join the IEC in front here. Thank you. I have.
Same process. Same process. Now the guys didn't accept it. The councillors didn't nominate and accept it.
So they must come and call the name.
Okay.
The sound is very good, so you can't hear it. That's what they said.
No, I agree. That's why everybody
Councillor Eunice Benjamin, can you please come forward just to read out the nomination form? There's the mic just next to you. Do you want a copy of it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, Councillor Renee Benjamin, hereby nominate Councillor Tyrell Mayers for the position of Whip to Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Faiza Shame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, Councillor Faiza Shame, hereby nominate second Tyrell Myers as Whip for Council for the City of Johannesburg.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Myers, do you accept?
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I, Councillor Tyrell Myers, hereby accept nomination for Chief Whip of Council.
I can't hear you. Would you?
I, Councillor Tyrell Myers, hereby accept nomination for Chief Whip of this Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. The second nomination, Councillor Ashley Sauls.
Is it on? Is it on? Good. I, Councillor Ashley Sauls, the first, hereby nominate Councillor Eunice Mgcina for the position of Whip of Council of the City of Johannesburg Municipality, Munib Baizane.
And the seconder, Councillor Adolf Morema. Alex.
I, Councillor Adolf Marema, I hereby second the nomination of Councillor Eunice Mgcina for Whip of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mgcina, do you accept?
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Sibongile Eunice Mgcina, hereby accept nomination. Thank you. Ekbaizani.
Are you ready? Secretary, you can read out the names.
The first, we're starting with the voting process.